This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're currently looking at a big herd of impala. You can see some of them are still sitting. We will be reporting live this afternoon from Djuma, Pride Lands and Tswalu, which is very nice to have them. So we're very excited for this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see some great sighting. Welcome to your very own live safari from the African bush. Yes, welcome back at Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're currently very close to Gari Dam. There's a big herd of impala, but we can see that some of them are still sitting. It is windy and cloudy. The weather changed drastically since this morning. My name is Cedric and I have Morgan on camera with me this afternoon. So our plan this afternoon will be to drive around. We will maybe go check if Moya is still in the same area where we found her this morning. Hopefully she will still be there. It is a bit windy and cold, as I just said, so she might have moved, but we're hoping that she will still be there. So you will see the impalas will be sitting a bit when it's windy. It is a bit cold. It is 22 degrees here in Djuma this afternoon. But it is a big herd of impala. There's some more at the back there. They seem pretty relaxed. As you can see, they're grazing. It is one of the animals we normally start the show with because they are always close to the camp and there's a lot of them, so it's quite easy to find them. But I'm sure we'll see more interesting sightings this afternoon. So please don't forget to send your question at #WildEarth. You can also send your question at FC on YouTube. And if you're underage, please do send your question on email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You can also register on our website on the live safari page to send your questions. You can see this young male rubbing the horns in this little magic quarry. They do have scent gland on their face as well that they use to mark territories, but I think this one is just like playing a bit with his branch. Okay, I think we're not going to lose more time here. We're going to start driving towards 3 hours down, slowly, and see what we can find. Hopefully with this weather the predators will be active and mobile a bit earlier. Yeah, the weather changed a lot since this morning. It is quite nice actually, because generally in the afternoon it is quite hot. Now it's quite cool. So as I said, it's a cold, medium cold, 22 degrees for the afternoon here. Let's see what is the weather at the other locations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma feeds. That is Team Wendy. Wendy is back in action. Opal, the genius stroke wizard stroke hero, came and fixed whatever was wrong with the car. We're back in action today, isn't that exciting? My name is Lauren and I do have Davi on camera today. I have to say, Cedric, I disagree with you. I don't enjoy this weather. I struggle with this weather. Not because it's cold. I don't like the clouds. I don't like that sort of claustrophobic, overhanging feel of heavy clouds. It really affects my vision as well, and I don't enjoy it. But I did get some good advice from Michelle before we left. I said, Michelle, is it going to rain? And he said, Lauren, if you get wet, it's raining. If you don't get wet, it's not raining. And I said, Michelle, I don't know what we'd all do without you. I'm going to share that piece of advice. And there you go. He said, don't bother checking the weather. If you get wet, then you know it's raining. I hope he's watching right now. Anyway, my plans for today, definitely to Bumble. I think I'm going to explore Chitwa, see if we can find Mr. Maribs again, or Tandy. But first, I want to check in on the wigs. The signal there is really, really tricky, but I think if we can just give it 5 minutes and keep repositioning and maneuvering, we may get lucky with signal. So we're going to head to the wig's house and see if we can see signs of Mr. or Mrs. Wig. My favourite owl family. For those of you who have no idea who I'm talking about, I am talking about a monogamous pair of spotted eagle owls. So I don't think much is happening at this time, Davi. I want to get to the wig's house. Shall we bumble?
Let's bumble.
I'm just contemplating which way to go. Davi's going like this in the back. I think I'm going to go this way. But I think we can manage. Many owls, that covers a lot of species. There's a lot of owls out there. Different behaviors, different sizes, different habitats, different social structures. So I'm going to adapt your question a little bit, if that's okay, and say spotted eagle owls, because that's who we're talking about after all. We are talking about the wigs. They tend to use the same site, so they are monogamous and they're very territorial. So that little sort of S-bend shape in the Mowati, that is where we find Mr. and Mrs. Wig. And naturally, we followed them for quite some years now. We watched them raise Seb Wig very successfully, and he dispersed. Not so successfully with Olivia, but still, we got to experience all of that and share it with you. But they do use the same nesting site. If that area got damaged, or maybe it eroded too heavily and just was no longer suitable, then they will relocate. They will choose a different site within the same area, within their territory. That's what's important at the end of the day. Look at this guy, Davi. Just chilling. Living the chill life. It looks like the impalas can't really be bothered impalaing today. Eating, but not moving. And just like yesterday, the wind is quite strong. So if the wind picks up earlier, the impalas will become closer and closer together, huddling up for protection. Nathan, it's very sweet to see them sitting down. I wouldn't quite say they're lying down, but they're definitely sitting down. Lots of them. It's very sweet. Just taking a rest, just like us. I guess it becomes too much to be on your feet all the time. They're obviously relaxed enough. There's plenty of them. Actually, there's a lot of them. The herd extends way back towards the dam cam. But it's very sweet to see them sitting down. I actually was on my way to give you all a view of the hyena den on Little Gowrie from Gowrie, Maine this morning, but that's when we found Moya. So if we make it round there this afternoon, I shall do exactly that.
So we're still driving south, making our way near Treehouse Dam. Didn't see much so far. We saw a couple of steenbok that ran away from us. It is a nice weather for the predators though. It is quite cool and also a bit windy, that gives them advantage for the hunt. Basically the prey species will struggle to hear where the noise is coming from. I mean in which direction. So that would be good for maybe some hunts. The only little issue is that normally animals like to hide when it's a little bit windy, especially the antelopes. We did felt a few drops of rain when we started earlier, so we hope that the rain is not going to come and affect the drive, but anyway, if it rains, it might be good also for the bush, but I doubt it will be a big rain if it rains. Still looking around. When you guide, you normally spend a lot of time in the car, as you see. So you have to be patient and still drive. But it's always good to discover also the property. So we're still making our way to Treehouse Dam, slowly. I'm still looking in the trees for any kill, but nothing for the moment. Really hope that Lauren find the hyenas at the den, if she can get there. There's a little drainage line on the left, which I drive past quite often because I think it might be a good spot for predators to hide, such as leopard, but also smaller predators, which is more difficult to see, like caracals or servals. They do tend to like this drainage line. Okay, let's stop here and wait to see if there's any alarm calls or any sound. It is very quiet at the moment. You can see this knob phone in front of us, which is dead. This tree died probably because of an elephant. At the bottom we can see that the bark have been removed, so the nutrient can't reach the top of part of a tree, so basically the tree will die. There's another one on the left hand side, we'll show you now, which is still alive, but you can see as well the bark have been removed. Yeah, this one is still alive, but there's a bit of bark missing. So we can send you to Deirdre, who would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome back at Tswalu. You're with me, Deirdre, on camera Gerrit. And we don't have a plan other than sort of bumbling around a little bit this afternoon. The temperatures over the last few days have been rather icy, so a lot of the animals have been relatively cold, which in one way means that some of the nocturnal animals come out a little bit earlier. So late afternoon, we're hoping to see if we can find some bat-eared foxes and maybe one or two of those other nocturnal specials out a little bit earlier. But we have been, not quite yet, but the bird bath is almost frozen over. We've got quite a few hornbills up there, Gerrit, on that. So I'm just going to stop here. We've got quite a few little birds moving around on that camel thorn. The one on the left there, yeah. Tswalu, Jason is happy that Tswalu is back. Comment yes. So on that little, that one there on the right hand side, there is a hornbill that's just come in. So lots of little nests of the white-browed sparrow weavers, but inside there's quite a few yellow-billed hornbills. They're sort of hopping around. They won't do any harm to the sparrow weaver's nest, but up in the trees there, they'd be looking for, well, as I say that, he probably breaks the branch and then the nest falls down. So they'd be looking for insects. But you can see even the one on the far right just actually enjoying the sun on his back a little bit. As I said, the weather has been pretty chilly. We've got another little bird that just landed in front of the vehicle. He's probably going to go down into a little hole. That is an ant-eating chat. And exit the picture. Little blackbird with little white wings. And they do tend to feed on the ground, looking for mostly ants. That is now in the middle of the picture is a glossy starling, and hopping out to the right is the one that's responsible for those little grassy nests. That's a white-browed sparrow weaver, and also who just landed in the front of the frame as well. So as it starts drying out now in the winter, the grasses are definitely drying up, spreading out a little bit more, and it is much easier for the animals to start seeing, or the birds in particular, to start seeing the insects on the surface. So hence the reason why he's hopping around there. Nothing really with chicks at the moment. It's just more sort of self-survival in the winter season. These birds would wait mostly for the summer rains in order to have very high insect loads in order to feed chicks in a nest. It's just beautiful, beautiful scenery there. We're just going to keep bumbling along and see what else we can find. Other than the hornbills flying off. Kyle is asking if animals have special eyelids, if I understood the question correctly, to protect them from the wind. They do, so birds do definitely have what they call a nictitating membrane, which can close up and over the eye, almost like a cleaning mechanism, and they can close them to protect them from that. I know also quite a few mammals have really long eyelashes, especially in these areas where it can get incredibly dusty if we have lots of wind. Even the wildebeest and the zebras have actually relatively long eyelashes, and that will protect their eyes from a lot of the dust going into their eyes. Even giraffe, the eyelashes on a giraffe protect their eyes for when they're sticking their head in a bush, especially a thorny one, and trying to get to the leaves. So we're just going to carry on. We're going to check one or two of the water holes this afternoon, see if there's any activity around there.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Making our way through the Mulwati safely. What?
On you go.
Okay. It was wonderful, but he didn't want to do it live. He got camera shy. Why did you get camera shy, Robbie? Oh, you got nervous. I'm pretty sure I egged you once live. I have. Okay, I think we're about to lose signal. We will give you some view of the Mulwati, and hopefully when you come back to us, we are going to have Mr. and Mrs. Week. Okay, for now, over to Cedric.
Yeah, so we checked the area, unfortunately, no luck there. Yeah, so she must have moved. I saw leopard tracks further down this road, so I think we're going to go check there. Maybe check Treehouse Dam. We drove past, we didn't see much, but maybe we might stop and have a look there. She might have maybe went for a drink there instead of here because the water might be better there, and lie under another tree or berry there. I really hope to find her again. Chris, you would like to know how can I tell leopard tracks compared to lion's tracks? They look very similar. So I'm just going to stop quickly to explain, it will be a little bit easier. So they look very similar. They have three, like make like a W at the back of a track, but the leopard track obviously is smaller. And you will never see a very small lion track alone. There will be more tracks with this small lion track because lion cubs or smaller lions will not be alone. So this is the easiest way to know that. So if I see only one track which is quite small, it's definitely a leopard. And of course, lion's tracks are much bigger for the adult lions. But it's true that if you put a leopard track and a small lion track next to each other, it looks very similar. Tracking is not always easy. Obviously, the guide who have been guiding here for a long time are very good. It takes a bit of time to get used to it. And generally, leopards like to walk on in the same path when they mark their territories. So if you're habituated with a path where they like to walk, it make it a little bit easier to find them. Just going to check there quickly, just in case she turned right. Okay, we'll look around, see if I can find more tracks and find the direction she went. In the meantime, we'll send you to JP to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands and we are out on bushwalk. We're just about to start our walk here from Leopard Dam. So normally what I do is I walk the circumference of the dams, look for tracks, and then from there on move out. So my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Paul. Meanwhile, while you were just having a quick look at a number of birds flying in and out, we had a kingfisher that was here for a short while. It was hunting over the open areas here. Hopefully he'll come back. And then there was also a number of little blue wax bulls that were coming down for a drink. So our plan is to take a circular route from here and then head back to the dam a little bit later to see if there's anything that comes down to come and have a drink before sunset. Good afternoon, Jesse, and welcome to the show. Yes, it does. And what we do find is that in the winter months, many of the bird species actually migrate back into areas close by to the equator, and some species will migrate back into Europe. There's approximately 150 species of migratory birds, which leaves us with a considerable lesser amount of birds available during the winter months. They evolved a strategy so that they can survive our winter months when there's limited amount of food available. Seems as our pied kingfisher is back over there on the edge. Oh, he's just dived down. Unfortunately, he's flown off again. Quite often we do find pied kingfishers out here at the dam. And then we also quite often find a little brown-hooded kingfishers over here. The two species differ quite often in their behavior, where brown-hooded kingfishers tend to be actually dryland kingfishers. They tend to go and hunt insects, but for some reason the pair that hangs around here has learned to catch insects off the surface of the water, while the pied kingfisher is more often associated with fishing over water and will dive straight into the water, catch a fish, and then fly off. You'll normally see them flying off and perching on a branch once they've caught that fish, and then beating it senseless, and then swallowing it head first to make sure that the fins doesn't stab the throat or damage the intestines. We also see with kingfishers that they do often quite eat a lot of little feathers to actually line the stomach, and those little pellets are then regurgitated with the little fish bones and spines to make sure that it doesn't create any further damage as it passes through the digestive canal. We're going to move off and go and see what we can go and find. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Tswalu and see what they have on offer.
Just as we heading up the dunes, hold on Gerrit to camera and everything. That was a bit of a bouncy one. We're going to stop on the top of the dunes here and we can just give you a nice landscape shot, and I'm going to scan around and see if there's anything worth zooming in on, because it is really awesome out in the open dunes. We'll start down south. So the colour change in the last couple of weeks has been really amazing. The grass has gone from totally green to yellow, dying back, and even the trees are starting to lose their leaves. So mostly the blackthorns that we're starting to see lose their leaves first. Tyler is asking what is the rarest animal at Tswalu, and sure, I'd probably have to say it is a very lesser known species called a black-footed cat. I have yet to see one in my entire career. I do believe they occur here, and that would be a first for me. Really, really tiny, look like they've got spots like a leopard, and clearly black feet as a black-footed cat. There were some gemsbok out there, or some oryx. Oh, they're gone. They were there a minute or two. Oh, down there. Sorry, I was pointing in the wrong direction. I was misdirecting Gerrit there. Out in that sort of patchy, the bright yellow grass, in line, out that way, to the right. There we go, in the middle of the screen. There we go. Long distance view of some oryx. We're pretty much behaving exactly like the cheetah at Tswalu. They come up to the top of the dunes, they scan around, and they look for what's on the menu. That is quite far away. So nothing else out that I can see at this long distance. We'll carry on in pursuit, but even the gemsbok are standing, or the oryx are standing out enjoying the sun. So these dune streets, we're always looking for the oryx, we're looking for eland, we're looking for red hartebeest ostrich. Kyle is asking what is the hottest temperature at Tswalu during the day. At the moment this week, 22 degrees. And we have already had one day where we've been down to -2 on one of the sections of the reserve. So we have at least that sort of 20 degree, maybe up to about 25 degree temperature fluctuation between morning and afternoon. And as soon as the sun hits the horizon, just before 6, about 5:45, 20 to 6, then the temperature starts dropping drastically. Let's head on down into the dune street. We'll see if we can find any of those cute little bat-eared foxes. They are out at the moment, just sunning themselves. Oh, I think I see some. Or did I see a bush? Nope, I saw a bush. Whoops.
Yeah, so the last truck I saw was going into the block. We're driving around. I can hear, however, alarm call of a squirrel at the back there. Maybe I should go check there. And I'm not supposed to move too much, but I thought, yeah, so we have to stay here for a little moment. As soon as we get better signal, we'll go check there. I don't know if you can hear at the back the squirrel alarm calling. Obviously it might be also a snake or also a bird of prey. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I can't move now. This squirrel seems very upset. But as I was saying, it might be just a snake or a bird of prey. But let's hope it is something a bit better. Yeah, so apparently you can hear it now. I just hope it doesn't stop when we can move. So you can see the sky is very cloudy this afternoon. Yeah. That squirrel is not happy there. I'm trying to listen for other alarm calls, but I can hear only the squirrel.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're out here at Pridelands Eco Trading and we're busy looking at some interesting plants that we found. And the one that we found right over here is known as a horned cucumber or horned melon. We also have some of the remains over here of one of the fruits that already has seemed to be eaten by either rodents or by birds. And quite often when they are red in coloration like they are now, they tend to burst open and then distribute their seeds, which will fall directly underneath. And then for next season, those will germinate and grow again from underneath a tree. There's another one that we have over here, which is I was looking at earlier. This one has already been eaten by rodents or been pecked open by birds itself. So humans can eat these as well. They actually have a very high vitamin C content in the skin, also a very high amount of fiber. And fiber is always important in terms of keeping you satisfied and full. And what we also find is that it's been traditionally used with a number of traditional African meals where it was served with. It's also exported, and it's been commercially grown in a number of other countries, including New Zealand, where it's known as kiwana fruit, and then that's sold. So one of the things I find particularly interesting is when you're looking at plants and you want to check if something is edible, you can take the plant. Firstly, the things that we're looking for is aromas that potentially smells like almonds or like jasmine, which will be the first cues that we will know that we will avoid eating that plant. Then the next thing that we can also look for is that we avoid plants that look like tomatoes. If we think that the plant is edible, we can also listen and watch animals, and we can see if animals like vervet monkeys are potentially eating them. We should never watch baboons as well as birds, as birds and baboons can eat quite toxic plants. So one of the things that I normally do when we were taught to check for edibility in survival schools was to firstly put this on your skin. And if we put this on the soft skin and we feel that there's any allergic reaction or burning sensation taking place, it's best to avoid eating it. If there's no such allergic reaction, the next step which we will use for testing the edibility of a plant is by simply putting the tip of your tongue on it. If it's bitter and it burns, that should be immediately not consumed and thrown away. You can also lastly then just wait. If there's none of those signs taking place, if there's no form of allergic reaction taking place, you can then eat a small amount of the fruit. We always want to make sure that we only eat a small amount, because quite often our body will react negatively when it is exposed to food that it's not familiar with, and this can potentially set you up with diarrhea, which is put you further into a negative position if you're in a survival situation where water is also of a limited resource. It's also always best not to just try and eat anything that you see in the field, but also to have somebody that's experienced with you that can teach you about what and what cannot be eaten. We're going to move off and see what we can go and find, but in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren.
We just had the most fantastic giant kingfisher for you all. Huge! Wow, giant. And unfortunately it flew away, but I am just wondering if there's a possibility that we can see it just at Baboon Pan. If you just give me a moment, we're going to try. It'd also be good to know if Baboon Pan has water in it. Baboon Pan is on Little Gowrie, but as you can see, I mean, it's about 10 meters from the boundary line in a nice open clearance, so at least we can see if there's any activity here. I've had Tandy here, Zabui, Langa, so it's a productive little area, and as long as we don't trespass, then we're all good. Can you see the kingfisher, Dove?
Nope.
How unfortunate. And before I forget, I must say a big, huge, warm welcome to St. Benedict's School. You are from Johannesburg and you're watching. Hi, everyone. I'm glad you're jumping on board and looking forward to answering your questions. Hopefully I'll be able to find some animals for you all. We will definitely find some animals on Chitwa. That is a hubbub of activity. But very glad you're all watching and jumping on board with us as we bumble through the bush. That was either Hannah or Anna. Do you know which one, Davi?
Not sure.
I'm not sure. One of them. Yes, Tandy and Mareebs are still together. We had a wonderful sighting with them yesterday morning. But they spend time apart too. They're not sort of glued at the hip, if you like. They absolutely do spend time together, and he's only a little over 1 year and 4 months. So he's nowhere near ready to sort of separate from mum. We will see Tandy and Marib's together for quite some time. They'll separate, they'll reunite, she'll share kills with him. He actually probably will not share kills with her. He's a hungry horse these days, but yes, we will see them together. And Marib seems to now be spending a lot of time on Chitwa, which is great news for us. If he's on torch, we'll struggle with signal, but Chitwa is fantastic news. So I have a funny feeling he's not left Chitwa. I think he's still going to be around, so that's exactly where we're going to head to start looking for him. No luck at the Wiggs house, no Wiggs and no signal. But we are at Batilda's house now. We've gone from the Wiggs house to Batilda's house. Davi didn't see her yesterday. I wonder if we can find her today. What Davi? Let's pop our nose in. Okay, I'm going to do my very best to look for Batilda here. I'm going to send you guys over to Deirdre.
So, I'm just saying to Gerard, they've just graded this road today sometime, and there's tracks of 2 cheetah on the road. We're right here at the dam, which is one of their favourite spots. So we're going to pop in and have a look. The tracks definitely go off towards the dam. The dam is right here, so just give us a moment. Oh, there they are. I told you those tracks were fresh. So fresh that in fact they are steaming fresh. I love it when a plan comes together. And in the background, some oryx probably should start thinking about panicking. And it's the boys. Showing interest for sure. The last 2 things they have eaten have been, in fact, oryx. Those little tails are twitching. Well, I think we just stay right where we are and we see what unfolds. So, what's typically been happening with these 2 gentlemen is that they've actually been moving quite a lot in the daytime, because at nighttime it gets really, really cold. But here, the daytime temperatures are really, really nice for predators. So they've been moving and even actively hunting in the middle of the day. So those tracks, as we said, fresh. They've just come to the waterhole. They probably most likely came here to drink. But now there is the possibility of food. So we will see what their reaction is and what they decide to do. I don't think the oryx definitely haven't seen them. The oryx are not showing any signs of the fact that they've seen the 2 cheetah. Darcy's comment is, it's great to see the boys. It is, in fact, indeed very great to see the boys. In fact, so much so that I better tell all the other guides, because we have literally just found them, that we have them here at the dam. Afternoon, all stations just got 2 male cheetah at Chikudu Dam that do possibly appear to be hunting or interested in oryx.
Can you confirm where we got this?
Chikudu Dam wall, and I'm going to go radio down.
Copy, I'm on my way to you, thank you.
Looks like rest first. So the disadvantage for these cheetah is that the oryx are on the other side of the dam. So in order to make a sneaky approach, they might have to wait until it gets a bit darker. Roy's asking the question, are cheetah doing well in Tswalu? Yes, they absolutely are. We have had quite a few successes with sort of mother and 5 and another mother and 5 and then mother and 3 and lots of different ones, and they're all seeming to get the majority of them to adulthood. So cheetah population is quite nice and strong and healthy at Tswalu, and these two are most likely the fathers of most of those cubs over the last couple of years. There are some other dominant male cheetah, but right down in the south, a little bit too far for us to get for broadcast. I always love how that tail's just got a life of its own. Susan's asking a very good question. Why are females solitary and males normally social? So it's got to do with the survival, in that males, in order to dominate and have a territorial area and compete with other males, makes more sense if there's more than 1 or 2 of you. Sometimes with very successful coalitions of 3 or more, and they get to then be the dominant males over a very wide area and ensure that they get access to lots of females, and their goal is to send their genetics to the next generation. So the more they are as males together, the stronger they can look after each other, feed each other, keep each other in a very good condition, as well as defend a large territory against other males. So that's one of the reasons for them to do that. And then a female will be solitary, but not for very long. She's solitary just until she has cubs. And then she'll be with those cubs for 16 months to 18 months. And then pretty much a very short time frame, she'll mate again. And then that's the time that she's single. And then she will produce the next litter of cubs. So for females, it's actually more challenging. Very often they've got a lot more mouths to feed. So some cheetah, they've had record numbers in some areas, can have right up to 7 cubs. 2 females have had cubs up to 5 here, so it's not unheard of. And that is quite a lot of mouths to feed. So sometimes you're finding mothers and cubs, and then coalitions of males. The oryx seem to be moving away, and the cheetahs seem to have lost interest at this stage. We'll stand by and keep an eye on them to see if there is any update for later.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gavi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only Earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our Earth.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
And so, not much happened on our side. We did the block, drove around. There's not a lot of signal, unfortunately, where we heard the alarm call. So we didn't see much, so I did another round, but no luck there. But I have a feeling she went into that drainage line and she's walking maybe inside that drainage line. But I will not go too far from here. I know there's maybe some other vehicle who will come check in that area as well. But I think we will start driving a little bit away from here and see if we can hear anything from the other guides. So yeah, we're currently at Trias Dam. We came back here, did a big loop, and not much here. As you can see, it is very quiet. Let's drive a bit. I will come back in this area a bit later. Maybe she will move off the drainage line. It's not easy, huh? It is still early though, so we still have lots of time on our hands. The loop we did was quite big. We end up even quite close to Twin Dam. Yes, Jan, you're saying that leopards like to use the drainage line. Yes, they do tend to. I was saying that on the way to the dam. They like to walk in this drainage line. Also hidden, if I may say. And also most of their prey like to lie in this drainage line as well. Bush bugs, nyalas. So they do like the drainage line, which makes it a little bit more difficult for us. I did get a bit excited when I heard that squirrel. There was a little francolin as well at the same time, doing a little alarm call. So it might be her, but it might also not be her. But it's always good to check. Yeah, I was saying we even drove, because the road I took led us to Twin Dam. And we did check there as well for any animals, but it was very quiet. It is quite cold, so I think the animal will go less to the dams this afternoon. Just drove where it was the hyena den a few times ago. Just wanted to check here. Yeah, the old hyena den is on my right-hand side now. Yeah, so that used to be the hyena den, but they moved off now. Okay, so we'll continue trying, and in the meantime, we'll send you to Lorraine at Chitwa Dam.
We're not having much luck today with our birds. We just had a saddle-billed stork walk all the way along, like a catwalk model, along the dam wall. But has flown off. Okay, let's go down closer to the wall, Dara, and see if we can get a nice view of what's happening on Chitwa. Now, this is a particular wall that Marips has been sort of hanging out at. It's his little hangout spot. So I'm just going to position myself closer to that so we can get a good look. No leopard, I'm afraid, but I don't think he's going to be very far. So here you have it, Chitwa Dam on a cold, grey, dreary day. That rhymes. I'm a poet, don't even know it. Not much activity, lots of wind. Don't hear the usual hubbub of the hippos. Egyptian geese, I do. I wonder if the change in weather is possibly going to affect what animals we see today. I'm sure you can hear the wind. It's very windy. Actually just looking at the canary stuff. Let's see if we can get them. They're all just down here. I know that me driving closer is going to scare them off. Do you see them all? The little canaries. I think it's a yellow-fronted. I think down on the ground here is your best bet. Oh, there's one there. They're not the easiest birds to get on camera. They're very small, they're very flighty. They're really tiny birds, actually. I think this is a yellow-fronted canaries. Quite dark on the back, but very yellow on the front. Aren't they sweet? The little bits of grass and shrubs and seeds. Oh, the deliciousness. Oh, I can see that stork. Let's go get him. There you are. You happy here? This was one that was walking along the dam wall and then decided, nope, I don't want to be on camera. Saddle-billed stork. The tallest of them all. I can't actually see from here if this is a male or female, but you can identify. It's quite easy once you see the facial features. and they're monogamous. So normally when you see one, you see another one. You can see us feeding away there. They're aquatic. Just look at those long legs and you know, you're aquatic. You've got those long legs for a reason. You are blessed with those long, long legs for a reason. Fish, frogs, reptiles, birds, crustaceans, insects, even small rodents. A big bird needs to eat a lot. Frederick, I'm honestly not sure. I believe in trees. I think it would leave them far too vulnerable to be on the ground. If they are on the ground and they go to sleep, it's going to be very easy pickings for the leopards and the lions and the hyenas. I'm pretty sure they roost in trees. But I've actually never seen them at night time. They probably go into a very deep thicket or a deep tree, just as this one is doing right now, just for protection. And I think what we're going to do is go around the back of Chitwa. We left Marib's at this side yesterday, so I think at least if we just check around by the lodge, we may be lucky. If we don't pick up on him, we may pick up on some signs of him at least. Okay, so I'm going to start scratching around for my spots, and we're going to send you down to Deirdre with hers.
So the two boys are on the move. I don't know what they've seen, but they've made their way quite quickly around the dam. And now they are in a position where they are much closer to the oryx that were originally there. But those oryx have moved off, so I don't know if there's maybe a smaller prey item, maybe like a springbuck or something. So we'll just watch the behavior. The other one is just behind the bushes here, sitting to the right-hand side. So that's the one we can see at the moment. We're not going to move around too much because, it's literally just behind the bush. We'll see what this one does decide to do. They do tend to try and use the thickets as cover, so he's coming into an area where he'll be quite well camouflaged if he walks behind a thicket. And the other one will probably move in a second, or he's thinking about he's going to come out the side. Oh no, he's going to go for a drink, or he's going to go lie in the shade. Oh, he didn't read the memo. Just wait a second, then we'll move forward. He's drinking water. Give me a second. There we go. Oh. So this is the first drink we've seen them have. The other one didn't even drink at all. He just went straight into potential hunting mode. And I can see, I think he is, or he might come back to drink. He's changed his mind. He's potentially on his way back to his brother that's drinking over here. So we just stay where we are for the moment. Justine is asking, what is the biggest animal the two of them can hunt? So what we've seen these two cheetahs take down is a male kudu, even female kudu, as well as even adult gemsbok or adult oryx. They're even capable of taking down adult red hartebeest. But the biggest prey for them, I think, would be a kudu bull. He's a bit indecisive as to whether he wants to go drink water or come right past the car. It's going to be right past the car. He's literally about 5 meters from us at the moment. So the last thing that they did eat that we know of was 2 days ago, was a pretty much about a 3-4-year-old oryx. So not full adult size, but large enough. We'll turn around shortly. They seem to be heading back to their favorite tree. So we'll just, they're heading back to their favorite tree, which we'll show you as a parting shot, the little shell duck with all her children on the edge of the dam there. She seems to be doing quite well.
Yeah, so welcome back with me. We left the area where we were trying to find Moya. It is quite dense if she's in that river bed. Oh, but we found ourselves, which seems to be my favorite giraffe, just right there in front of us. Yeah, so it was quite difficult, so we will try something else for the moment. I think it's the same giraffe I saw yesterday as well. Yeah, it is. Same, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Morgan was saying that he got the same injury on his leg. Yeah, and we're not that far from the dam, so he apparently liked this area. Starting to move now. It's a beautiful giraffe. Hopefully it will come out on the other side of the tree. Let me try to go a bit forward. Maybe we can get a better view. I'm on a road now that I never drove before. So it's quite nice to still be discovering. So it's busy feeding there. I'm really sorry about that. So peaceful.
Good afternoon and welcome back onto Bushwalk. We just located on a buffalo bull that was busy wallowing and now stood up to come and have a drink. Let's just have a quick look at what he's up to. Where we are at the moment, we're perfectly safe. We're tucked in behind a tree that's been pushed over by elephants, as well as wind is in our favour. So it's unlikely that he can smell us. So quite often, if they do smell you, they pick up their heads, lift their head, and then will smell. One of the things that I find quite interesting about buffaloes is that here by roughly 8 to 11 years of age, so they often retire from herd life, as they normally found in big herds. And then these bulls will no longer breed, or some of them will just take a short rest break and then go back into breeding herds and breed again for a final time before they retire to an all-males group. What's also quite interesting is that there's research that has shown that within the Kruger National Park area, that bulls that are on their own, as well as bulls that are in groups, are 4 times more likely to be taken by lions than that buffalo would be inside a large group. So one of the very few threats that buffalo have is obviously African lion. It also does take quite a large amount of lions to take down a buffalo. I've been very fortunate over the years to witness quite a few kills where buffalo has been taken down by lions, and it's normally males that are also involved in the process of taking them down, or incredibly large groups, as we often used to find in the Nwanetsi area, where we had prides of approximately 20 to 50 lions. I've also been very fortunate once to see where lions actually were chased up into trees, and where a lioness was actually killed by a buffalo, where it gorged the female and flung her into the air, and then gorged her several more times, flinging her into the air and eventually running over her. We also find that buffaloes are basically restricted to conservation areas and large conservation areas within Southern Africa. However, historically they used to occur as far down as the Cape Point area, as there's a number of areas which you'll find where the name buffalo is being used. For example, Buffalo's Hook or Buffalo's Corner, or buffalo, the corner of a buffalo, where these animals were also encountered. Well, we're going to watch this guy for a little bit longer, and in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you back to Lauren.
Well, Davy got his wish. He said to me at the start of drive, I want to see elephants. So I definitely don't have plural, but we do have one singular male here on Chitwa Open. Chitwa Open's a really good place for elephants, just like quarantine. And it's nice to see him. He's not huge. He's not a massive bull. We actually had some wonderful experiences with elephants on foot at Marataba. They also have a really sort of high elephant population. We also went walking with black rhino on foot. That was very exciting. It's a completely different environment down there. And it's also winter naturally, so it's barren, but it's also very dense. So it can be quite nerve-wracking when you're walking on foot. Not if you're an elephant, of course. If you're an elephant, then jolly good. There's Chitwa in the background there. I wonder if we can just reposition Davy. I'm going to try and reposition. Kelly, not that I know of. Not in this area. I mean, they do move. The fences to the Krugers came down. The Kruger, sort of, on our eastern side. There's no fence there. Obviously, there are fences around the rest of the Sabi sands, and elephants are... Bless me! Animals, as you can see, but I don't know any elephants that have been collared in this area, Kelly. Now he's moving even further away. Shall we move once again, Dov? One of the contestants from the competition called Sean, he's from Londolozi, and he told a wonderful story that I will tell you later. But for now, over to Sid.
So we found these two battlers on that knob phone. Very relaxed. Look like it's a male and a female. They are beautiful birds. I had a question, I think a couple of days ago, someone asking if the word battler is a French word. Yes, it is, and I actually Googled it because I didn't know the meaning in French, because it's not a word that we use a lot, and the answer I got is juggler. I'm not sure why. Look at him move on the branch there. They are beautiful birds. I like spending time with them. There's quite a few of them here. They're quite common at Djuma, as you know. So I was mentioning also that they sometimes the first birds to arrive at a kill. So it's always important to look at them when they fly. If we see them going down in one section of the reserve, we might just go have a look if there's anything there. We're still having fun on the game drive, driving around. I did try to follow up on Moya, but unfortunately I didn't get any visual of her. Maybe some colleagues later on will find her and we will join them. Amanda, yes, that's a beautiful color. Obviously, when they are younger, they will be completely brown, with no patterns on their wings and feathers, and also their beak will be a bit grayish, a blue-grayish color, and their feet will be brown-black. Okay, so we'll let them here and we will continue. We're currently heading east to see what we can find in that direction.
South African Guide of the Year has been an event that we have all been looking forward to. However, South Africa has gone into lockdown level 4, which means we will no longer be able to hold the ceremony this week. The assessments in the bush will still carry on, however the awards will take place later in the year when it is safe to do so. We are looking after those who look after our natural world. Thank you for your understanding. We really do appreciate your support.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
We just had a question from a Mrs. Ground Squirrel over here. Do we think cheetahs eat ground squirrels? They're eagerly anticipating the answer from us, which is they can relax. No, nobody eats ground squirrels, not the cheetah at least. That's way too quick for them, and they also have the little holes that they can go down. So this little family happily living in the damn wall, but have been keeping an eye on the boys, but clearly still some time for nibbles. They've been bringing up little grass shoots and nibbling on those, so not too stressed by the presence of the cheetah. So all they did was they took a walk, came back straight to the shade. So Christy's asking the question, how old are these boys? I believe they're somewhere between 12 and 14 years of age. They've been at Tswalu for more than 6 years, and they did come here as adult males. So I believe they're in that age category. We did almost have some drama with the little shell duck chicks. There was a jackal that arrived, and Mum was panicking. She got all the little ducklings onto the water, but the jackal has since moved on. So all is calm in shell duck land. There's Mum, and the little ducklings are spread around all over the place at the moment, having a good splash in the water. That behavior is known as upending when they're trying to get to things down below, like snails. Jerry is asking the question, will cheetah try hunt birds? So it's kind of like energy cost versus what you're going to get with regards to effort. So not really, but birds like a Kori bustard, which is large, as well as ostrich, yes, the cheetah will hunt those. But small birds like sand grouse and guinea fowl, they're not interested in spending their energy trying to catch those. The cheetah can see that oryx, but the oryx hasn't seen the cheetah. Certainly the one on the far right has noticed that oryx come down and drink. So the key for them is if they do see something coming down to drink, they don't move around too much because they don't want to give away their presence. So what they'd rather do is wait for the oryx to move away from the water, maybe behind a potential thicket, and then they can then make their approach and try and utilize the thicket to get a lot closer before relying on then the chase and speed to try and pull it down. Sorry, I'm having a good laugh at this squirrel. He's enjoying the last. It's enjoying the last rays of afternoon sun. Oh, and you too. We're gonna stay here for a bit. We're gonna send you across in the meantime to Lauren with her grazing mammals.
Our bull here has been extremely entertaining. He's very relaxed, and he's crashing, crunching, and breaking and snapping, really tearing apart the shrubbery. He's obviously hungry. That was a little bit more gentle, because you know you're on camera. But the story I was going to tell earlier, Sean's story, it's not my story, but it was just fascinating. It was to do with his thesis and about the sort of internal core temperature of elephants and how they maintain that. Now, of course, elephants are mammals. And although the internal temperature remains at a constant, just normally around about 98.6 Fahrenheit, it's not literally going to stay constant all day, including the body of a human. The temperature of any body, endotherms I'm talking about, it won't always stay at that level. It will go through sort of a considerable daily rhythm. It will change every single day between, you know, sort of midnight right through to midday, and then again through to midnight again. And it will stay in the same range, but it's not going to stay at the exact same temperature. Sean was obviously interested in looking at the internal body temperature of elephants. And it's fascinating because with climate change, which is present, is happening, you will have to understand that temperatures are rising. And it's said across southern Africa, environmental temperatures are sort of predicted to rise by 5 degrees Celsius by 2070. Now that's scary. We're already at 2021. If you think about it, time flies by. And 5 degrees might not sound much, but trust me, that is a lot. That is a remarkable jump in temperature. So the question is, will elephants be vulnerable to these changes? Will they sort of evolve to change with the environmental changes? Will they be heavily impacted, or will they not really be affected at all? So in order to assess this, they used an infrared thermal camera to look at the skin temperature to complement what they're really looking for, and they're looking for the internal temperature. So how on earth do they do that? So Sean and his team actually had these very specialized thermometers that they covered in chocolate and attached to a ribbon. They were able to sort of feed these to the free-ranging elephants who swallowed them because of the delicious chocolate. And well, anyway, naturally they passed out the other side, and they were able to collect these thermometers and analyze the internal temperature of the elephants. So along with the skin temperature and the internal temperature, they were able to sort of gauge how elephants do maintain their own body temperature. And naturally, skin temperature will change, just like ours. If it's really, really cold, our skin's going to be cold. If it's really, really hot outside and you're lying in the sun, your skin gets extremely hot. And that was exactly the same with elephants. So their skin temperature was very much affected by their behavior. It's hot, we seek shade, or we jump in the water. If it's cold, we seek warmth. Whereas the core temperature, that was really maintained rigorously, and it sort of didn't increase with environmental temperature naturally, but it did change with the time of day. Interesting. That was a really remarkable study that hadn't been done before. And it's published, you can read it, and it's also very interesting to understand exactly how they managed to get elephants to swallow a thermometer and then obtain that thermometer back to find out exactly what the temperatures were. It's a lot of poop scooping. One must follow that elephant until the poop arrives, and then one must scoop through that poop to find a thermometer. And it's not going to come out immediately. So naturally, you have to wait until it does. But elephants are very good at maintaining their core body temperature. Their skin temperature is what normally relates to behavioral changes. They're said to actually maintain their core temperature strictly within 2 degrees. So that suggests, obviously we never know what's going to happen, but it does suggest that they will cope with direct effects of climate change. Famous ones that use their ears to cool down, really. I think you would struggle to find an animal that has ears as large as the elephants naturally, and they're equipped to do so. They're very, very effective modes at losing heat. So yes, I believe they are the only real animal that uses their ears in order to sort of retain heat when it's very, very cold, or mostly lose heat when it's very, very hot. That's why they're so thin. There's a very complex vascular system in there. A network. You can almost see it. And it's evolved this way to help them lose heat. If you look at Asian elephants, they obviously do have big ears, but they're not as big as the African elephant ears. The African elephants deal with a much hotter, drier, arid environment than do the Asian elephants. And that's why they tear so easily. You see that little hole? He's obviously had a piercing, but clearly outgrew that phase. But they will tear on thorns and spines and branches because the skin of the ears is so thin. It has to be thin to lose heat. If it was very, very thick, it wouldn't lose heat. It wouldn't have the same capabilities. Elephants do have other ways of cooling down. It's not just their ears. Kim, I think looking at the tusks would be a rather foolish way to gauge the age of an elephant. They are just modified teeth, after all. And it's better to look at the size and the shape of the body and the skin rather than the tusks. Some individual elephants grow very, very small tusks, and that's just the size of their tusks genetically. Some elephants, like the big tuskers, that's obviously another gene in East Africa that's spread through the population, where the males develop huge tusks that almost touch the ground, and again, it's genetic. Some females never grow tusks, some males never grow tusks. So to gauge the age of an adult, I would say it's best not to look at the tusks at all. It's really better to look at the body shape, the size. This tree must just be amazing. But when they're younger and the sort of tusks first start coming through, you can gauge age. But once they get older, I would say look at size. Believe it or not, this bull is not very big. He probably looks big on camera, but he's really not that big. The older bulls have have much taller front legs. They're much taller in general. And their body shape changes slightly. You can really see it, even with a cow. Cows have quite large curvature in their spine, going to their rear. They really widen at the hips naturally. Females give birth. From being a young sort of teenager female to becoming an adult, there's a real change in body shape. This is a young boy. I'd say not even vision 20 yet. But there's a lot happening on this open area. There's some zebra behind us, so I think we're going to bumble around there and investigate.
So we made our way to Gari Dam, hoping that we might see some elephants, maybe drinking, but no. Fortunately, there's no elephants, but we found some hippos. As you know, they like to be here. I did quite a big loop there, just on the east side of Twin Dam, and then we came back this way. No luck, unfortunately. I'm not really sure where to go next. I didn't hear any updates on the radio, but we'll see what we will do. We're just going to stay quiet a minute and just listen to the birds and enjoy the sighting. Yeah, so these are probably the hippos we saw last night outside the dam here. I think we'll start moving, and maybe I will decide where we would like to go now, but I'm not sure yet. I will think a bit and make a decision.
So nothing much happening on the cheetah front. Definitely we're not interested in the oryx at all. So no real movement from them other than just they're enjoying the view. So sometimes these two males will wait until it gets a little bit darker, more towards dusk. And then by them moving around, they blend in a lot more with the environment and can actually end up getting much closer to prey animals to hunt. So it's not uncommon for them. And we do know these two individuals in particular, particularly if it's full moon, which it isn't at the moment. The moon's coming up much later. But at full moon, we also known that they do sometimes go out hunting. So Ricky is asking the question, how can we tell if it's a male or a female cheetah? Generally in our area we get to know the individuals quite well. You do look at size, so male cheetah are quite a bit larger than females, but not noticeable. But these guys are quite old. They are quite big, very large heads, and then depending on their behavior, if you didn't know anything about cheetah and you saw them regularly lifting their tail and scent marking against the bushes, that would be then a male. I call it fluffy pom-poms. That's what you kind of see if they lift their tail, and the females you don't. So we tend to get to know the individuals within the area, and we'll know then which one's male or female, but sometimes it does take a bit of time to do that. Our little ground squirrels in the foreground here are like the peanut gallery. They are quite entertaining. They're busy doing some grooming and moving around, scratching, cleaning. Must be fleas. That's one of the reasons why they'll move burrow systems, is for little fleas and parasites. Sometimes even doing a bit of dust bathing, throwing the sand all over them can help them suffocate certain parasites that can get rid of. Avril is asking the question, are any of the cheetahs collared in Tswalu? So, no, not at the moment. We don't have any cheetahs that are collared at Tswalu. So we would just find them by conventional means, which is tracking them and then seeing where they've been from there, and you just do block for block until you know you're pretty close, and then when you're in that last block and you know they're in that block, then you go down on foot and you track them on foot. It does look like quite a lot of nesting material that's come out of that burrow. Look like old grass bits, some nice fluffy woolly material, which they might have cleaned out of their burrow due to the fact that there may be some potential for fleas, but they also will use that as a nice warm lining on the inside. Just doing a bit of housekeeping there. Annette's asking the question, would the ground squirrels go up to the cheetah? So, no, they've seen them close enough, so they can see them from where they are. So they're carrying on with their normal day. And for them, they recognize the cheetah as a predator. So there's no need to go closer and investigate that. They'd rather just stay where they are, pretty close to the hole, that if there is any reason for them, they can easily get down to safety. But the first time the cheetah walked past, they certainly ducked in, and then as soon as it had gone far enough, then they came out and they had a look. So they're keeping an eye on them, but they won't go and actually approach them. The only animal I've actually seen approach cheetah out of curiosity, funnily enough, was a warthog. Oh, number 4. Oh, that one's been having a leisurely afternoon snooze in the burrow because that's a new one. Also having a good scratch. I think that's one. I think that little last squirrel, only when the cheetah moved his tail did it notice, because it's just come out of the hole. So obviously no one's told it that there's cheetah right here. It dashed straight to the hole as soon as the cheetah moved his tail. But everyone is saying that they are so cute. And they're very, very close to us. But because it's a familiar place and we're here regularly, they're very, very relaxed with our presence. So, just checking out if there's any other dangers. But we're going to move on and see if there is something else that we're able to find you this afternoon.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and FAGASA-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a FAGASA-accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
So we have been entertained by these little bee eaters. They are beautiful. They're moving very fast, but they seem to try to catch some insect and then come back on the same branch, as you can see now. They are very tiny birds, but still beautiful birds. They weigh only 15 grams. You can see one caught something. It is quite entertaining. There's a few of them around. So they eat mostly flying insects. It is called bee eaters, but they will eat flies as well, for example, and other insects. I wanted to stop for that because I didn't see them for a while now, and they are quite pretty to look at. Might come back now. There we go. There are Sven, you would like to know if the bees that sting them? No, I don't think they do when they eat them, because it goes through the beak first and then they swallow it. But actually it is a good question. But if they do eat bees, I don't think it should be a problem for them, because otherwise they would have stopped eating them. But they don't eat so much bees, I guess. I think it would be more flies and other insects. It's just their name is called bee eaters. But it was a good question, actually. I didn't think of that. So they do eat wasp, apparently, as well. So they're starting to move, yeah. So it is a bit difficult to find them. There's another one there. So I was saying, yeah, they will also eat a wasp. So I think I guess they should be fine. I don't think they get stung at all. You can see the blue line on top of her eye there. She's beautiful. Yes, Michelle, indeed, they are the most beautiful little bird. Bee eaters are generally very pretty. There's a few types of bee eaters. This one is called the little bee eater. But you find the carmine bee eater, the swallowtail bee eater. So there's quite a few of them, and they're all quite pretty. If I don't know, I will try to show you in the book a bit what the others look like. I just want to spend a little bit more time with them, and then I will show you in the book. I'm not sure if you will see correctly. Obviously, this is the little bee eater right here, the one we were watching. There's also the white-fronted bee eater, where it is white on the front, and the swallowtail bee eater, which is also beautiful with beautiful colors, and the swallowtail underneath there. And the blue cheek bee eater, which is also very pretty. I don't think I did see a blue cheek bee eater in the past, but they are, sorry about that, they are beautiful little birds. The little bee eater is obviously the smallest one. And then I will come back to you now. There we go. So then you will have the carmine bee eater, which is a pinkish color. And they are quite interesting because they nest on the cliff. And you have the European bee eater, which is migrating back in summer. There we go. So this is a bit the collection of bee eaters that we have here. Okay, so that was fun. We are currently at quarantine now. I think we're heading a bit west and see what we can find there. I'm also going to try maybe on Moya again later when we go back south a bit later during the afternoon. Okay, so we will send you to Lorraine now, and us we will continue.
Another large mammal. A very large mammal. Hello, boy. Another relaxed one, thoroughly enjoying the vegetation. A fascinating fact that I learned about giraffes recently was that their skin varies in thickness throughout the entire body And if you Google it, you can actually see some wonderful diagrams to see exactly where it's thick, where it's thin, and how it changes throughout the entire body. I mean, an elephant's skin is very thick, and it's thick throughout every part of it. But a giraffe's skin actually changes. It's not equal. Davi was too busy watching the impala there. And it was thought to be for different functions. Why have skin that's not equal is drastically different across the entire body. And there was sort of a number of theories. Some thought maybe dermal armor, so it's thicker in some places for protection, armor. Possibly thermoregulation. Oh, is he having a wee scratch? Oh. When you gotta scratch, you gotta scratch. Sweet. Or the main reason, which was actually proven to be correct, is a requirement for blood pressure. Look at that animal. Look how utterly bizarre, ginormous, and difficult biologically it really is. You've got a heart pumping blood, great, but you've got to send that blood all the way up the neck to the brain. Not so great. So through various different studies and whatnot, it was actually shown that it could also be for thermoregulation and armor, but ultimately it assists in the sort of cardiovascular regulation of blood flow from the head to the legs, head to the heart, heart to the head, and vice versa. And this led humans, of course, to go, aha, that's fascinating. Can we copy the wonderful things that humans do, known as biomimicry? And biomimicry basically is where humans... Is he having another scratch? This guy is living the best life. Looks like it feels really good. I feel like I need to have a scratch now. So just wrap up, biomimicry is basically when we learn and then we mimic as humans strategies or methodologies or anything found in nature. We try and replicate it. Drone sort of technology focuses on dragonflies. Dragonflies' ability to fly and the unique structure of their wings. Did you see all those oxpeckers just descend? And it's how humans use to solve our own problems. And basically the giraffe skin variation of thickness across the board has actually inspired humans to look at bandages, because it is said to assist in blood flow, having different thickness. Humans are now looking at sort of replicating that by producing bandages with different thickness levels in order to either constrict or release blood flow, or to control the blood flow whenever there's an injury in the human body. Fascinating. Not as fascinating as this giraffe, though. Oh boy, that looks good. Had a little head scratch, now we're going for the neck scratch. Will soon be back scratch. Maybe even a belly scratch at some point soon, you never know. Wonder how he's going to do that one. He might find a termite mound. That'll be a goodie. Spread eagle over a termite mound, scratch your belly. Looks like he's dancing to a really slow ballad in the club. Davi, did you get that question? Avril is asking a question, but neither Davi or I got that. I'm not sure I understand that question. Is it true every mammal has the same amount of heartbeats? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Do you mean across a species? So an elephant has the same amount of heartbeats as a giraffe? Or every giraffe has the same amount of heartbeats? I'm not sure I understand that, I'm afraid. Different species will have different activities. Heart rate increases, heart rate decreases, just like us. And of course, different individuals will die at different ages. Just like humans. Some die young, some die old. I don't really understand that question, Apple. I'm sorry. But you are welcome to rephrase it for me. I'll try and see if I can do better. Where has Mr. Groovy Giraffe gone? I think he's gone to the bar to get another drink. Can you see him, Davi? Okay, he's gone this way. Completely disappeared. We've got very distracted here in our search for marifs. There's been elephants, there's some zebra around, giraffe. We've been very lucky with leopards since coming back that it's actually nice to spend time with other animals. You'd be surprised. See you now at how quickly you can lose a giraffe. He's gorgeous. He's a dark boy, which suggests he may be one of the dominant males. Spent most of his time in solitary, but winning when it comes to the ladies. Okay, Dolph, let's see if we can get him from here. Oh, no. My boss is telling me we need to go forward. Okay, boss. Forward we go. Now, we finished with our scratching. We've now decided it's time to eat again. Did you have a good scratch there, my boy? We thoroughly enjoyed watching you. What a lovely, lovely sighting this has been. I think we're going to sit here and enjoy it a little bit longer.
So we found some long-necked ladies to have a look at for a couple of minutes. Just nice to watch them browsing on the blackthorns. It's a little bit tricky always to feed on a blackthorn. Lots of little thorns, so nibble a little bit here, nibble a little bit there, and then move on. But we are also an interesting thing for them to have a look at the moment. And as with giraffe, there are often always more than one. We found a nice little journey. And there on the right-hand side of the screen, some gemsbok or some oryx just peeping into the shot. So neither one feels threatened by the other because they are both herbivores. Oh. I guess that was a photo bomb. Definitely wanting to be in the shot. Yes, ma'am, we will frame you up and put you in. And exit stage left.
Yeah, welcome back. So we decided to try Sandy Patch and drive towards Triple M Road, which is the western boundary of Djuma. And then nothing will continue and then turn on Moya again. It was very nice to see these little bee-eaters. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Very pretty colors. Yeah, sorry, we have to wait a bit here and we found some impalas. Unfortunately, we can't go a little bit forward. Due to the signal, we might lose signal. So we can see there's a bachelor herd of impalas. And I don't know if you can hear, but we can hear a woodpecker hitting the tree. I don't know if you could hear that tock, 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 tock. It is quite loud. So obviously impalas, you can see they have different colors that will actually help for camouflage. So it's darker on top and lighter at the bottom. Okay, we will send you to Lauren, who's with a very tall mammal.
We're still sitting here with our groovy guy. Dobby laughed at my joke there. Are you giving me a little chuckle there, Dobby?
Just being polite.
He does it normally. Thank you. So I've been doing some research. That question baffled me. I'd actually never heard of it, but I now understand what you were asking, April. You're asking species-wise, across the board, all mammals throughout their lifetime. There's a theory that think that all mammals get about 1 billion heartbeats per lifetime. Now, there's a mixture of thoughts on that one. Hold on, let me just find... I'm reading. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm reading. I've never heard of it before. But they call it an assumption, so that immediately makes me think that it's maybe not concluded. But they say because of the relationship between metabolic rates, volume, and surface area, mammals get an average of 1 billion heartbeats out of their body before they expire. Some apparently do. But across the board, I'm looking at humans here, and it's 2.2 billions. I'm looking at a small dog, and it's 0.5. I'm looking at an elephant, it's 1.1. So, I'm not entirely sure it's been concluded. But it says, as animals get bigger, from tiny shrews to huge blue whales, pulse rates slow down and lifespans stretch out longer, conspiring so that the number of heartbeats during an average day on Earth tends to be roughly the same, around 1 billion. So I don't think it's entirely scientifically rigorous, but I now know what you were referring to. Interesting. I think it's a rough sort of calculation, but thank you for making me get out my phone and do some research there, April. It's obviously very general across the board on a species level, but still fascinating. And yet we're looking at another mammal with no thermal patches but stripes instead. It's very beautiful, Dobby, with the sunset.
Gorgeous. Very romantic.
The fact that we do have an elephant, giraffe, and lots of zebra and plentiful impala does suggest to me that Mr. Maribs is not here. We watched him try yesterday to catch the guinea fowl. He even tried to fly. He didn't manage, in case any of you were wondering. But he tried, and the point is he tried. Gladys, herbivores is a very, very broad word. Just like when we use predators, you get herbivorous fish, you get herbivorous birds that don't eat any other meat, they just eat seeds or fruits, that's still herbivores. You get a lot of herbivores, not just mammals, but Gladys, I'm guessing you are asking about the mammals. Most animals do rest, just like us. To be on the go all the time, it's exhausting and it's almost impossible. Most animals do rest and digest. Now, of course, there are exceptions. Termites are one. They're said to never stop working. They just continue 24 hours for their colony. But other than insects, generally speaking, you will find most animals rest. And it's all about the energy budget. Energetics. That's the currency of all species. Be it a little angelfish on the reef that are not so angelic, by the way. Plenty of stories about angelfish. Or if you're a flatworm, or if you're a pigeon. Or even a termite. It's all about energetics. That's your currency, not dollars or pounds or rand or whatever. It's all about your energetics. You don't ever want to go into energy deficit. You always should stay in an energy surplus. And that's why it's important to rest, especially when you've just had some food. Rest and digest. Just like humans, we like to put our feet up after a big meal. Undo that top button of one's trousers and put your feet up. Davi's got his top button undone right now. You had too much lunch, Dav. But you get what I'm saying. Most animals do rest and digest, so they don't exhaust themselves and they don't go into a deficit, which would be really detrimental to their health and overall survival, overall fitness. And different activities in different species use up different amounts of their energy budget. For example, a mother leopard with cub, normally eats into 25% of her energy budget looking after her cubs. That's just Tandy. Tandy's got to eat a lot more in order to keep up with Maribs and look after Maribs and feed Maribs. So she's got to change her diet, I guess. Eat more. She needs to increase her energetics, her currency. So most animals do rest, but there are exceptions, absolutely. Mostly in the insect world. It was a bit of a long-winded explanation, but I hope it answered your question. Davi's doing his top button up now. He's been caught. Marcel is very naughty in camp. He cooks a lot of lunches, heavy lunches. curries and stews and Mexicans. And when Marcel's cooking, we all tend to put on a few extra pounds. Colin is saying the lighting is beautiful. I think that's a compliment for you rather than me.
Thanks to the sun.
Thanks to the sun. Davi's saying thank you to the sun. Thank you to everybody for the beautiful lighting. But you're right, Colin. It's very scenic. It's approaching, not quite, the sun's a little bit too high, but it's approaching that gorgeous golden hour. Golden hour doesn't last for long. The blink of an eye and it's gone. It's either too dark or too bright, depending on if it's sunrise or sunset. Isn't it just beautiful? I'm glad we stopped here. But we really are going to Bumbo now and see what else we can find. We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're just bumbling around in the Dune streets. We are heading pretty much directly west at this stage, so the sun is quite bright. But we've been seeing a couple of bat-eared foxes. They are out much earlier this afternoon, but none of them want to stick around long enough for us to even put them on camera, because every time we get anywhere near them, they sort of dash off. So we're hoping now that while you're with us, if we just keep driving slowly in these open clearings, they like this really, really short grass areas. They are out early, catching the last rays of the sun before attempting to start looking for insects. And we have been seeing a few, but as I said, not all cooperative individuals. They're generally moving in the little families, sort of anywhere up to about five family members. Shan is asking the question, do we have honey badgers at Tswalu? So, Shan, the answer is yes. We do see them, but very infrequently. So it's just one of those ones that it's a rare occasion. I can't even say to you that we see one a month. It can be anywhere one every 6 months. They are here. They just are rare to see. We don't even see necessarily their tracks on a regular enough basis to say that there are a lot of them. But they are a special. I certainly in 2 years haven't seen one. So definitely the rarer of the species. You possibly find animals like that when they hear the vehicles coming. If they're not really habituated or familiar with the vehicles, they'll slink off into the grass way before we even get close, or they'll head into a burrow or a hole. So that's most likely why we don't see them. They're definitely around, but it's probably their nature that when they hear the vehicle approaching, they take cover. So we're heading up to the top of one of these dunes, and then as soon as we get to the top, we always sort of take a moment to scan, see what's there. Capello is asking the question, are honey badgers related to meerkats? So their only thing that they share would be the fact that they're carnivores. So they're not related as far as a family goes. The honey badgers will sort of scent mark with an anal gland. They belong to a group known as Mastelidae, and the meerkats belong to the mongoose group, which is a group known as Herpestidae. So two slightly different families, but all under the order of Carnivora. So little carnivores. Beautiful. So quite a big view down into the dunes, but I'm not seeing much movement. Nice, very short grass, so ideal for springbuck. We have been seeing also a couple of the jackals are also moving around late afternoon now, not necessarily in the dark. And seasonally now, more and more Kori busted as well. We're starting to see them moving around in these open grass areas. Oh, there we go. One oryx. He's literally all the way across on the other side of this dune. Sharon's comment is, Tswalu is stunning as always. It is just very pretty. These beautiful yellow and red and blue. Nice primary colours, always satisfactory to the eye. Let's head on down and see what else is out. One thing I do know that we do get in the is these really beautiful sunsets, especially if there's some clouds in the sky. We're a good while away from the sunset. So we're going to carry on heading west. We are going to send you across to Cedric. He's also on a bit of a bumble.
So welcome back with me. We are currently on Gary Main, driving east. Not much luck, but we're going to make our way where Moya was last seen again and try to see if she might be moving on the roads around there. The sun is starting to set. It's getting chilly, I must tell you, it's quite cold. I just want to check on Moya again just to make sure, I don't want to lose that opportunity to find her again. So we'll try our best there and see if we are lucky. We are still far a bit from the road where we have to turn now. So we're driving and trying to see what we can find here. Yuri, you would like to know if Moya will stay in the same area all day. It is difficult to say. When it's hot, they generally stay in the same area the whole day and then move at night. But you never know, They sometimes decide to move a lot during the day. But I do believe she might be in the same area at the moment. When I checked where she was seen this morning, I didn't see her. And I saw tracks going east past Treehouse Dam. I think it's her. So she's probably moving in that direction and maybe stopped a bit further. So I just want to check and make sure that we didn't miss something. But what I will do, I will definitely start again where she was last seen and go from there. Okay, sorry about that, we just need to stop a minute. It is much warmer when we stop. I think I will have to put my jacket on soon. Yeah. Okay, so we're sending you to Lorraine and continue our way. Hopefully we'll be lucky.
I have no comms at the moment. We're on Chitwa. For some reason, Chitwa's not working properly, but we're live. There we go. Now, I've done a loop along the eastern side of the Mulwanini, and no sign of Mr. Maribs, but I am going to try the other side of the Mulwanini and see if he's lurking around there. It's always worth a shot, especially at this time in the evening, as you all know. Leopards do tend to get a little bit more mobile. Although in winter it's a hit or a miss. You can see Moya already moved from where she was this morning. And this is exactly where we had Maribs last night. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be in the same spots. I love this part of Chitwa. This is actually the Mulwanini here, going all the way down, and it takes you right to the eastern side of Chitwa Dam. Chitwa Dam is still very full. And for some reason, Marie just loves it here. See, that's a mole one me there. But no sign of our boy. I wonder if now is a good time to drive past the hyena den, see if we can catch any of our Djuma clanners. Dobby's nodding. Would you like to see the Djuma clan? We all would. Or at least some members of the Djuma clan, at least. No Panthera pardus tracks on the ground, I'm afraid. He's not walked this way. Let us get back out of Chitwa onto Gowrie Main and see if we can get any hyena action. I think that would make many of you happy. We can at least show you the den. Dobby hasn't seen it yet. The castle, like Takeshi's castle. Did you ever watch that show? Of course. It's a good show. You know, and you've got nothing else to watch on TV. You're not watching WildEarth. You can watch Takeshi's castle. Oh dear. Oh, look at that, Dobby. Can you see that? They really are approaching golden hour now. There's something wonderful about when the sun sets, but there's also something quite nostalgic, I guess. It means another day is over.
Yes, so we're almost at Trias Dam. I think we're going to stop very quickly and see if there's anything else. What I'm hoping is that if Moya was here where we heard the squirrel alarm calling, maybe she was just lying there and maybe she will start moving. And it will make it a little bit easier to find her. But again, not much at the dam I can see. We can stop here a minute and look at the beautiful colors. And the sun just set. So the sun has set on our side there. It is a very nice time of the afternoon. The birds are calling for the last time. And hopefully the predators will be on the move. Just going to stay quiet a little bit.
So what Kenneth and I have started to notice is that the temperature is definitely starting to go southwards, much colder, and these dune areas, is particularly at the bottom, tend to get quite icy cold. So a lot of the animals will start thinking about calling it a day, especially the day animals. They're going to start looking for somewhere where they can tuck themselves up warm for the night, generally either a thicket or some kind of a bush, or if they're lucky enough, they're one of the ones that live in a burrow system, then they'll go on underground. But a lot of the others that live in burrows, the nocturnal ones, they'll start making their way out soon. Just always come. Nothing from up top here. We have to and see if I have any luck with anything there. So even these little birds, the sociable weavers in these nests, probably can't see that one too well. Justine is asking the question, do the nocturnal animals have thicker fur for the colder nights? Absolutely they do. We do notice that even the antelope get a much thicker coat. So what we're showing you there, we're sort of zooming into the sociable weaver's nest on the right-hand side. It's a little bit thicker, well, there you can see it, but those nests at night time with little sociable weavers, at this time of the year, they'll pack themselves in, sort of 3 to 5 in one little nest hole, and make sure that they all stay nice and warm. And it's a nice nest made out of grass that's been sitting in the sun the whole day, so will be quite nice and warm and be able to hold the temperature for quite a bit longer. So when we go into these areas, we always look on top of the dunes for, that's favourite places for those male cheetah. As we said earlier, they sit on the top of that and they look down both dunes into the dune streets and decide if there's potentially something to hunt. And these little sort of thicket areas that we're seeing, those would be ideal for some of the smaller mammals to hide overnight. We've got 2 little crowned lapwings that are going to fly away when I stop. Of course they are. They normally like the open clearings. So here we can see so far, there's a much better example of a sociable weaver's nest. We'll use that one. Then everyone can actually see what we're talking about. So they're constantly busy building, bringing grass into the nest so that come the rains, they'd be immediately ready to breed. But you can imagine there's a couple of 100 birds in a nest that large, and a couple of them just nicely snuggled up next to each other in that nest will keep them nice and warm at night. Sometimes even on top of the nest, a good place to look out for owls. Things like genet, sometimes they utilize the tops of the nests, owls and other birds of prey, as a nice nesting platform. But those weavers will be pretty much finishing off their day and then start heading to bed. As soon as that sun sets, they're pretty much home in bed. Mujo is asking the question, is our area within the Kalahari Basin or is it a true desert? So we're not within a true desert, we're actually semi-arid. We're known as the Green Kalahari. So we're on the southern end of the sort of deserts in Namibia. About 150 kilometers north of us would be Namibia. That would be more true desert. You're looking at rainfalls here anywhere up to about 250 mils, whereas in the deserts 150 mils and even less. So that makes it a little bit more arid. I have spotted some meerkats. So out on the horizon there, Gerard, I think you can see them from here. I can try and go a little bit closer, but let's zoom in first so you can all see them. Also just absorbing the last little rays of afternoon sunshine. Have you got them there? Just go straight for that tree on the horizon there. And right. Yeah, there in front, mid-center, there we go. A whole big family of meerkats. It is quite a big family. So none of the ones our regular viewers see. These will be totally wild group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus at least one ran away, so 13 in the group. Not too bad. And that's who's out at the moment. That's most likely for them the place where they would go down and sleep. So they always get back just before the sun sets, scratch around the burrow, make sure that it is not occupied by anybody else, whether it would be ground squirrels, mongoose, a honey badger, even a snake. And then they'll do some housekeeping, some cleaning, and then that would be where they spend the night. So first thing tomorrow morning, before the sun rises, if you came here, this little group will come up and stand in the morning sun. But they've probably had quite a good day foraging. Just catching the last few rays of sunshine. Seems like they're moving towards maybe another burrow system. That might just have been a stopover. It's like, go, 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 you go. And then there's one sentry as they move. So constantly looking up and around. Their biggest threat would be jackal, as well as aerial predators. Apparently everyone's happy to see meerkats. You've been missing them. Yeah, we're very, very fortunate. They're widely distributed across Tswalu, but do tend to prefer these very short grass areas where they themselves, if they stand on their hind legs like you're seeing, can also see what's going on around them in the environment. Run a little bit, check, 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 run a little bit, and that's how they'll keep the whole group together and constantly busy talking to each other. We're too far away to hear them talking, but they would constantly be sort of chittering and chirping, especially if there's one on watch. That one is saying, you can keep moving, I can't see any dangers or any threats. And then as soon as the group has moved a certain distance away, then that one will move and catch up. So they seem to have moved on, so we're going to move on. It is nice to get a glimpse of the meerkats. We are still being outfoxed by all of our bat-eared foxes, because every time we're off air we find one, and as soon as we're ready to put it on air, it dashes off. So they're winning. It's about 5-0 at the moment, I think, Gerard. So we're going to keep looking, and hopefully we can get one for you today.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time, it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, Takeshi's castle. It's actually Ribbon's castle. Or really it's Santima's castle because Ribbon's not choosing it. This is the new hyena den. They are absolutely 1000% not using the ones on Djuma anymore. We're not in Little Gowrie. If I could just get Davi to be a star and zoom out, you'll see we're viewing it from Gowrie, Maine. That's how far it is from Gowrie, Maine. Voila! I would say 20 meters. What would you say, Dav? 20 meters, really not far. So we can't see the dentrance. The dentrance is more on the western side, but we can see the mound. So if there was lots of activity or potentially even audio, we would be able to hear it or see it from where we are. Unfortunately, we can't hear anything. Although Dobby was trying to communicate with the hyenas earlier. Show us what you got.
How's that?
It's beautiful, Davi. It's so beautiful. Have you been practicing?
Yes, every night.
Every night? Is that who's been making all that noise in camp? Not Ribbon. Oh, dear. That's Davi's hyena noise. He's clearly been communicating with the hyenas a lot more than I have. But we are just staring at a very empty termite mound here, so we shall bumble on. But I just wanted to give you guys a different perspective from the other day. The other day we actually went to the dentrance because, well, Polly is just an awesome human, that's how. But I don't see any activity. I saw lots of tracks. We found a bone, wet patches. It's 100% active. This is the one. But we can't see it. Oh, Ollie. I don't think I can answer that question. Very, very long time ago. I'm not sure I've seen every single member of the Djuma clan together, including the males and all the cubs and all the females. But we did have sort of sightings with large numbers of them back in the day. But yesterday we saw Corky Braveheart, who I believe to be Sutu, Ndebele and Swazi. So we did manage to see quite a few yesterday, all on Chitwa, separately, but all together. It's been a very long time. Maybe a year ago. I don't know. I miss those days deeply. But the clan's thriving. I just haven't had an update on Gingarika or Pumela. We obviously know what happened to Shimbulu. Ngwazi's been sighted. Braveheart was sighted. Navella, Tima's little one. The two that I am not sure about are Pumela and Gingarika, and I really want to see, I want to get an update on them too. So if any of you are DM cameras or zoomies, please do keep me updated. I would really, really appreciate to know that Pumela and Gingarika are doing okay. That's heart's pair. But otherwise, I think we've got tabs on everybody else. And I believe a hyena from the Elephant Plains clan was killed by lions again the other night. It's winter. Tension is high. It's barren. Food is not so plentiful. Yes, there's a lot of water, but it's cold. Animals are hungry. And that's why we're seeing a lot of sort of clashes, or should I say, interspecific interactions between the predators. And naturally, some will kill others. And the lions killed a hyena. Not watched a video. I know some of you sent it to me, but I didn't watch that. But it's inevitable. It's inevitable that with the pressure of winter brings sightings like this, where the predators do clash. And I just imagine if we keep checking Gowrie Main every single day, we're going to bump into the Djuma clan. Or at least some of them. I think we're going to go west. We're going to check Triple Line. Amanda. Yes, we do. We've had quite a fair few black mamba sightings. One sticks out in particular. I actually told this story at the Safari Guide of the Year event, and people were horrified. And it was actually Dobby and I on drive together back in the day when there was only 2 feeds, only Djuma. Only Djuma. And I was not live, but my feed is still up in FC, so the directors can still see me, but I'm not live. You guys can't see me. So Dobby and I are just bumbling, and I see what looks like a snake, and immediately I think, that's a snake. And I completely doubt myself. I think, no, it's not going to be a snake. It can't be a snake. It's never a snake. It's a stick. Completely doubt myself and keep driving. And it isn't until I get closer to the stick that I realize, holy guacamole, it's a snake. Entirely my own fault. So I slam on the brakes, and naturally it turns out to be a black mamba. We don't have a door. I don't know if Dobby can give you a view of this for any of you that don't. There's no door. So what happened was the mamba, they have a remarkable ability and a lot of muscular power to rear their entire body up. They're big snakes. They must have been about 1.5 meters, if not more, reared up right next to my door. And I just remember thinking, beep, 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 beep. And I dive down for protection. That's all I can do. But naturally, Dobby can see all of this happening in slow motion. You remember that? Horrifying. FC could see this happening, and what happens is that used to record all the drives, no audio, of course. You don't want to hear my expletives, but we were able to play back that to all the viewers. I'm sure some of you will remember it. When I went live again, I told everyone what happened, and we were able to play that clip where you just see me driving and all of a sudden dive down. This mamba is reared up about this far away from me. It fell back to the ground with quite a slam. It's a really loud sound when they fall on the ground. Heavy body weight, lots of muscle. And luckily it didn't sort of fall into the car, it fell the other way. But there you go, that's my black mamba story, and it's absolutely horrifying and entirely my own fault. I really knew that was a snake deep down. I just decided that I'm wrong and it was a stick. There's no one else to blame. I obviously scared the snake and it reared up. I don't think we'll ever forget that, will we, Dobby? No. Not at all. And I love snakes. I'm a huge, huge fan of snakes. I think they're brilliant, but I really don't want to be about this far away from a black mamba, an angry black mamba. No, thank you. We've had lots of incredible sightings here, lots of stories. And storytelling, that was an element of the competition actually. At Marataba, the contestants were assessed on their storytelling abilities. It wasn't really so much the story, it wasn't so much the content, it was about how you delivered that story, how you immersed your audience into feeling what you're telling. And it was amazing. All 5 contestants told completely different stories. Some were emotional, some were funny. They had you rolling about the ground laughing. Some were serious, some were factual. And it was amazing the diversity of stories that people wanted to tell. And they were all incredible at it, but at the end of the day, storytelling from your own perspective and your own experiences is a really important part of guiding and being a naturalist and being an educator, telling your version of exciting things that have happened to you. I guess I never thought of that before, how important storytelling really is. It also brings people together. It also gives people an insight into you. I think I've spoken enough now. I'm going to concentrate on finding something for you all. And we are going to send you over to Cedric.
Yeah, so Lauren apparently was talking about a terrifying incident with a black mamba. That's not nice, yeah. They are quite terrifying snakes. I did got one incident as well where I live. I went to open a lock on the gate and there was between the 2 poles of a gate a black mamba around the pole, but you couldn't really see it. And just before I put the key in the lock, I realized there was the end of the tail of a snake very close to my hand. And when I look a little bit better, there was a black mamba there, but a very young one. So yeah, I got a fright too, and it's not very nice. I did get some shivers and goosebumps, but yeah, snakes are dangerous, but we just need to respect them, obviously. Let's bump into some zebras and impalas here. Just going to stop a couple of minutes, then we will continue to try to find something a bit more interesting. Yeah, they will be feeding a little bit longer now and then maybe just sit and look for the night. They probably might be feeding a bit as well at night. And there's a big herd of impala in front as well. Yeah, we're going to switch off to infrared now. It's getting a little bit dark here. This one is looking at us. I did got also another quite scary experience with another snake, the Mozambican spitting cobra, where I almost stepped on one just outside my front door. It was at about 20 centimeters from my foot, and so you always have to be careful a bit in the bush. But in winter now they are less active. They will still be active when it's hot in this region of South Africa, but they are less active. Okay, so I think we're going to continue driving along Chitakat line and see if we can get a little bit luckier compared to today. Jason, if I understood the question correctly, you would like to know if zebras always look for antelope to eat near them. If this is the question, not really, but actually they like to be in the company of other antelope just for safety reason. And also they will tend to be in the same area. If they eat grass, for example, they will be with other animals that eat grass. I apologize, I think I said the name wrong. I apologize for that. That's what you're asking me if I ever encounter a on my drive. No, never. I never saw one. Didn't happen to me before. It's time for the spotlight now. It's getting a bit dark. Yeah, so we'll continue there. Hopefully we can find something interesting. So we'll be looking for nocturnal animals now. It'd be nice to see some genet as well. Beautiful tree there. Nothing in it, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm staying a bit quiet now. I'm trying to concentrate a bit to do my best to find something. So this road goes from the south to the northern boundary of Djuma, and on our right hand side is Torchwood. Something on the road there. I know. Maybe.
So at this stage, we're 7-0 to Batty and Foxes. We just can't get one on live. And I was asking Gerard what's his snake story, which I'll tell you in a minute. Mine is being spat in the eye by a spitting cobra. We were busy sorting out a box of first aid supplies and my hand was going in and out the box. Needless to say, I didn't know that probably about a meter length, spitting cobra was curled up in the bottom of the first aid supply box. And when I picked up one of the last items, he came with it and spat straight at me in my eyes and at a very short distance. And that was me. I could see the venom coming towards my eyes, and luckily a quick rinse and a bit of panic, and it was gone. Gerard has seen something, so he's... maybe this is our bat-head fox. Is it? Is it? No. Oh. It's a very rapidly moving fox, but that was a jackal. Good spot. And Gerard's story, which I think is a little bit more hair-raising than mine. He said the one day he opened up his door and there was a Mozambique spitting cobra on the step of the door, and he sort of shooed that one away. And then later on that evening when he was sleeping, a snake fell from the roof onto him, and when he switched the light on, all he saw was sort of a brown shape, and of course the first thing he thought was it was a spitting cobra. Then it proceeded to slither under the bed. I can hear most of you going, woo! And he saw then it was a brown house snake, so a lot less venomous. Removed that out, but can you imagine, I mean, yeah, being spat at is one thing, but having a snake land on top of you in the dark and then you wake up, that's a different story. And I have had, oh, there goes a Kori bastard. He's just flown off. Maybe we can get this one. He's rapidly in flight. Oh, he's gone. Too far. Too fast. Oh, there he is. So, a Kori bastard, which we said if there was anything that a cheetah might go for, it would be one of these, because you can see there's quite a lot of meat on that. There were 3 of them. There comes the third one's coming across now as well. But that's really, really nice to see. Very heavy flying birds. You're looking at a bird about 11.5 to 12 kilograms. So, not the easiest to fly. They don't always fly, but when they're moving away from us, that's their modus operandi. Finally got one. I think that's been a nemesis for me to get on live TV as well, is the Kori bastard. I tried so many times last year and just wasn't very successful. Another snake story that we have is guests, we were about to embark on a walk, and they said to me, what are the chances are that they're going to see snakes? And I said to them, well, you know, we generally don't tend to see them on foot because we're making so much noise and they pick up the vibrations and they move off. So the guest said, okay, great, let's go. We go off on our walk, and then I hear the tracker calling me. He's like, I've just stepped on a puff adder. But luckily for him, the puff adder had been in a grass thicket and it was lying low below the grass thicket, and he stepped on the tail. The puff adder hissed, but it couldn't do anything because it was stuck under this grass thicket. So we all went back and we had a look at the snake, and of course now the guests are going, maybe we shouldn't carry on walking, and I was like, no, it'll be fine. And we carried on walking, and true as Bob, we bump into a 2-meter African rock python. These guests were done. They were like, that's it, back to the vehicle. You said we probably wouldn't see any snakes, and I have never ever on any of my other walks seen 2 snakes, let alone a puff adder and a rock python. But those guests, I don't know if they'd ever come back to Africa. Yeah. So I've also come to the realization as a guide, never say never. Because, that day I learned the hard way that if guests don't want to see them, they don't want to see them. And, it was our very brief walk. And our temperature is dropping. You can see the sun's definitely dropping behind the dunes. It is getting much colder. We're going to send you across to Cedric. Sounds like he has a predator for you.
We're currently following a hyena running on the road. He was walking nicely and then suddenly decided to run. So it's a bit tricky for you to see. And it's a little bit bouncy, but you can see there. So we had to turn around. His hyena was coming towards us and now he's heading south towards Gary, Maine. I'm not sure where is he going. It is a bit in the direction of the new den there. If you turn right on Gary, Maine. I'm keeping a bit my distance. I don't want to be very close to him when he's running like that. But I think we'll continue following him and see where he's bringing us. I'm not sure how well you can see on your screen. He didn't start running because of us. We were quite far at the back. So I think he just decided to run for some sort of reason. Also, if we were in any way annoying him, he would have probably go off the bush. In the bush, I mean. He's going quite at a good pace now. Hopefully we'll slow down soon, but obviously they can run like that for very long distance. Decided to look at us a bit. Making my life a little bit difficult here. And you would like to know if all predators' eyes reflect light? I'm pretty sure yet. I know that leopard do. So in my opinion, yes. For other smaller predators, I am not sure. But generally they do. Even the net reflect also light. So I would say yes, but there might be a few other predators that doesn't, but I'm pretty sure they all do. Well. There you go, decided to slow down a bit. And it's back on another road, which is just parallel to our road. Let's try to go a bit forward. Does look like what you might cross. Line.
So we seem to have just lost Djuma for a minute or two there, but we found you a wildebeest. He's out there getting a last pre-midnight snack before it gets too dark. A blue wildebeest. Oh, no, that's not the best version of you. There we go, he's wandering away from us. He is quite far from us. So he doesn't know that he's making his debut on TV showing his rear end. So there'll be a wildebeest bull that do not mind living singly. He's not far. There was a herd of gemsbok a little bit further along. So very often they associate themselves with another herd of another set of animals, and they utilize those animals that are looking around for predators as an opportunity, and they feed while the other ones are doing the work. So he's not, he doesn't have a bad spot. It's quite a nice open grassy clearing here, but not the best spot. The most dominant of the males for wildebeest will land up with a spot that's got a watering hole in it, which the females do tend to prefer, and that'll be the choice, then become the choice male for the breeding season. But we've just got some really, really pretty colours here, the sort of pink and blue on the horizon. We'll get up to the top of the next dune and then we'll stop for a second and just show you the landscape. The sun has set behind us, but the colours that get left behind on the eastern side are very, very pretty. We're still aiming for at least one bat-eared fox. And now is the time where they'd actually start moving to go looking for food. Oh, and the temperature's increasing. The warm air rises, so if we stay on top of the dunes, it's much warmer. Tyler's asking the question, how rare is it to see caracal in Tswalu? I'd probably say about in the same margin as the honey badger. Caracal, of what I know of in at least the last year, only one. So also around. They were in previous years heavily persecuted by farmers because they do show a threat to cattle and sheep. So we would hope over time, with Tswalu being well established for a really long time, that they would then start re-establishing themselves, but it is one of those ones that is also a rare sighting. Scanning hard. So I can totally understand why the animals would want a nice thick winter woolly coat, because it is pretty chilly on your face when you're moving in the wind. Obviously we always have the wind chill factor with the vehicles. But definitely starting to feel more and more like winter this week. It's our sort of second cold front, but the first sort of real one that we've hit the minuses for the year. We should have a nice view on top of this one here. Okay, just the last top of the dune, and then we can show you the beautiful view.
South African Guide of the Year has been an event that we have all been looking forward to. However, South Africa has gone into lockdown level 4, which means we will no longer be able to hold the ceremony this week. The assessments in the bush will still carry on, however the awards will take place later in the year when it is safe to do so. We are looking after those who look after our natural world. Thank you for your understanding. We really do appreciate your support.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oh!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, so unfortunately our Aina crossed into a block in Chitwa. I was hoping that he was going to turn right on Garrymen and go towards the new Aina den, but obviously very quite active at night, so he will be wandering around to find some food. So we made our way back where we lost him, now on Garrymen. We will start driving slowly towards quarantine area and see what we can find there. It was nice to see Aina though. So you could see that he was walking, well, running quite fast, and they can run for a long time. Geshwa, you would like to know if Aina build their own home or steal their home from other animals? Yeah, generally when they have a den, it would be a hole which is already dig by another animal, such as a aardvark, for example, underneath a termite mound. So they generally find a nice hole dig by an aardvark and use it as a den. It might be also underneath rocks where there's little, like we say here, copies, so little areas where you have a few rocks on top of each other. They would use that as well for the den. But they can, if they have to dig a little bit to make the hole bigger, they will do so as well. I apologize, we're going in a little ditch there now. Hopefully the signal will not be a problem. Jerry, you would like to know if I ever saw Aina's hunting? No, I saw Aina's stealing kills, but hunting not really, as far I can remember. But they will obviously hunt when they can. But me, unless I have a blank now, I don't think so. But if something come back, I will let you know. I saw hyenas fighting with lions on kills. But obviously the kill was made by the lions. Yeah, when I saw that hyena coming toward us, I had a little bit of hope that left. Realize it. Okay, so to continue, hopefully in the meantime we'll send you to Lauren, who's on a bumble.
I wonder which hyena Cedric had. Do we know? Do we know who it was? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know who's still moving on Djuma. I did wake up this morning and the hyena tracks outside camp were plentiful. Many of the Djuma clan had come to visit our camp last night, that's for sure. We do find a lot more hyenas in camp in winter, naturally. They're hungry. But I didn't see any. I was fast asleep in my bed, I can assure you that. But the tracks were there, the evidence was there. Now, obviously, I'm doing my very best to look for any signs of nocturnal life. So far, no luck, and I'm not giving up just yet. I can see some sort of eye shine. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but right at the bottom of the termite mound here, roughly where my spotlight is, the very bottom, something's looking at us. Yes, there, it's tiny. I don't know how to direct it.
Just point on the screen.
Here. Up a little bit. No, I think you're too far up. Come down. Well, there's eyes. I don't know if that's what I'm seeing. Is it a scrub here? Oh, it's a tiny one. Oh, I think it's a little baby scrub here.
Yeah.
Oh, hello you. Why are you on your own? Yeah, that's definitely not an adult. And scrub hairs are a lot smaller than spring hairs, but this one is very small. Sometimes you just see eye shine, and it's obviously very difficult to direct your cameraman in, but this is a youngster. And hares are much larger than rabbits. Some of us will have rabbits as pets, I'm sure. I used to have an albino Californian buck called Wilbur. Oh, Wilbur. But hares generally have longer ears And they're far less social. Rabbits are actually quite social, believe it or not, out of the two of them. But the biggest difference lies in the gestation period. So for hares, it's around 42 days. And the young are actually called leverets. They're not called bunnies or kittens, they're leverets. And they're precocial, so they've got a longer gestation period, which, as we all know, that means that the offspring are going to be more developed because they've been in the womb for longer. So hare leverets are born with a full coat of hair, they're furry, and they've also got their eyes open. Whereas rabbits, they've got a much shorter gestation period. It's around 30 days. So that's a good 12 days less, if not more. And the kittens, that's actually what baby rabbits are called. We say bunnies, but that's not correct. The kittens are altricial. They've not been in the womb as long. They're not fully developed, which means they are born with their eyes closed, have no fur, and they're not able to regulate their body temperature. So it's a lot trickier for baby rabbits to survive. And that's why baby rabbits are sort of born in a burrow system or a warren, an underground system where they can keep those little kittens nice and warm. Hares are born above ground. We remember just the other week we saw a little leveret suckling.
We did.
We did on quarantine. Sadly, drive had finished, but it was a very sweet little sighting. It must be a big, bad, scary world at night time if you're a tiny little leveret. We're going to continue to bumble into the night, head to quarantine, see what else we can find. We're just sitting here with this little baby scrub here. It's very small. You know, it's a youngster. And it's clearly feeding, but also remaining very alert for the potential threats that lie around every corner. We're just going to sit here and enjoy watching this little scrub here. Cameraman and I are going to keep bumbling, I think, into the night and see what else we can find.
temperature has definitely dropped. It's like, it feels like I've opened the freezer door and stuck my face in, and somebody's put a fan on the other side and blowing that icy freezer cold directly at my face, because that's pretty much what we're dealing with at the moment. I kind of have to keep rubbing my cheeks to make sure that they stay warm. But we are in search of anything that moves, that is nocturnal. But it has been relatively quiet. I suppose I could put my lights on, that might make a little bit of a difference. A little bit. And we see from there. Your Geshon is asking, do we find sand cats in the Kalahari? No, we don't have sand cats. Our closest thing that looks like a domestic cat would be an African wild cat, which almost, other than sort of rufusy red ears, looks almost like a common grey tabby cat from a house with a few little stripes. That's what the African wild cat looks like. But no sand cats. One that would also be on my list to see would be a sand cat, but I think that would be more deserts further north in Africa. So we're just driving around hoping for a chance that something crosses in front of us, because at the moment the grass cover is quite high. It does make it rather challenging to see animals, especially little nocturnal animals, when the grass is this high. And you can see we have had a very pretty sunset, lots of silhouettes of the camel thorn trees. Carol says it's so light, so late in Tswalu. We're about an hour later than most of the other feeds, and that's just based on our latitude and how far west we actually are within South Africa. But that also means that the sun rises that much later too for us. This is a hard part for us. This is where it starts getting very difficult, even with our own eyes, to start looking in the dusk to see if we see any movement or any animals. Sometimes it's also nice, you can actually see the silhouette of the owl on top of some of the trees. I'm looking hard. So we're going to continue on. We're going to send you across in the meantime to Cedric, who's on a bit of a bumble.
welcome back with me. We just arrived at Gari Dam. Just wanted to check quickly if there's anything that side. Not much I can see. I'm going to try the same little road where we found the hippo yesterday. You never know, maybe this is the path we like to take to go out of the dam and to go feed. And then if we have time to get there, maybe check Galagopan quickly. So that's what I'm just going to stop here to say again. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to listen a little bit here and then we'll continue. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren.
We're on quarantine and not much is happening except naturally impala. We're going into infrared, says Mr. Easter, my cameraman. I think there's impala on the other side, Dov.
Oh, well spotted.
I think, there we go. Hello, impala. I'm tired. 4 hours is a long safari. So I think let's all put our feet up and just enjoy for a moment or two watching these impala getting ready to hunker down for the night.
Was a question from Karen.
I know, I was trying to do a little bit of a silent segment. I don't think FC want me to do a silent segment at all. Okay, what was that comment, Gwen? Sandra, yes, they do enjoy open areas at night time. It's a little bit safer. They can see what's going on around. Especially when it's windy. Look at you two. See, they groom each other as well as themselves. Meticulous groomers. Oh, we're seeing how all the animals scratch tonight. If you really can't find anything, I like finishing the evening off with impalas. The black-footed antelope in English. Impala is way nicer. Sometimes called a mala out here. When you asked a question there, you're welcome to ask it again. I'm not sure why you think they would see the eye shine, really, unless it's full moon and the predator happens to maybe be glinting up into the moon. But we are seeing the eye shine because we are shining white light onto it. Not what you're looking at right now, that's coming through the infrared, but when we're spotlighting, we're shining light upon the animal and we're seeing the reflection. So I guess unless light was shining on the predator, be it artificial from a spotlight, or you don't really get lampposts out here, but you know what I mean, artificial light. Only then would the impala see it. Full moon might be a different story. Sometimes you can get a glimmer of light from the full moon, but otherwise the impala wouldn't pick out eye shine. They have got incredibly good eyesight at nighttime. They can see. People think they can't, but they can. They have got night vision. It may not be as good as the predators, but it's definitely a lot better than ours. But they're also using their other senses. And their nostrils for smelling, their ears for listening. It's an all-round winner. But I'm quite happy here. I think I'm going to sit here and continue to watch the impala.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabals and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
During our last loop of quarantine, then dinner time. You gotta love dinner after a 4-hour safari in winter. Ooh, the boys run from the car to the kitchen. Nothing stops them. A lot of hungry bellies. We do snack on drive, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously not when we're live, but we have lots of weird and wonderful snacks on drive. But dinner time, I can assure you everyone is very hungry. I have to to say this winter so far is far from over. Quarantine's not been that productive in terms of sightings, at least during my stint here. I remember there was a period in time, I think it was last winter, we'd have lots of activity from hyena hunts, lion kills, leopards every single day on quarantine. My past few stints, there's not even a single leopard track. Not one. Maybe it's just not the place to be anymore. It's not where the cool cats hang out. Michelle, all the time. Mostly elephants. They are the biggest roadblock. You can hurry up an elephant. If an elephant doesn't want to go fast, then you just have to wait. Literally have to wait. We've only really, I guess we have got 2 entrances. If we were completely blocked and we were starving, because you don't want hungry people, we could go in the other side and just drop the vehicles there. But ultimately, yes, elephants block our way to camp all the time. Talamatis were in our camp not so long ago. That was eventful. Do you remember that, Davy? The entire pride came through camp. Yes, it was. Yes, that was very exciting. But that's not really a block. Really, the problem would be elephants or buffalo. But I've not really experienced buffalo and can't do much. Nocturnal animals, where are you? Not even a single shred of evidence that there may be a white-tailed mongoose on the channel. Jerome, in summer, yes, lots of scorpions. You have to be very, very careful. You have to always shake out your shoes before you put them on. Check under your duvet, under your bed. Just basically shake things out. Make sure that there's not a scorpion in there. We do get a lot of scorpions in summer, but really not in winter. In winter, it's actually a lot safer. The snakes are few and far between. Everybody's hiding from the cold, waiting for summer to come around again. And then everyone will pop out. Get frogs in your toilet flush tanks, spiders in your shower, scorpions in your shoes. In summer, you have to be really, really careful. Centipedes, oh, that's one thing you don't want to see. But not right now. We don't really have to worry about scorpions right now. I think if we were to see a scorpion, it would be a little bit of a mistake on the scorpion's behalf. Quarantine is just void of all life. Let's listen. Davi's doing his magic with the camera. Let's see if we can listen to the magic with our ears. Maybe you can only hear the wind. After all, it is windy. So you are experiencing exactly what we are experiencing. Sitting here, surrounded by darkness, with the howling wind perfect hunting weather. Not for me, though. But anyways, come to that time of the day where we must say goodbye. A big thank you to all of you, and please do join us tomorrow for the sunrise safari. Good night.